glass. Hello. Oh, my legs hurt so bad. I'm old. I'm an old man. My legs hurt so bad. From the knees down, they hurt. Like in the shins and in the calves areas, and it's from walking. This job's in a huge warehouse, and I have to walk around this huge warehouse, and my feet hurt. Like the bottoms of my feet are now throbbing because I've elevated them. I feel pain. Because I have a new job. That's my dog. I'm waiting for him to come over so he wants to sit in my lap. Like he likes me or something. But he's not over here yet. I assume he doesn't like me, and I want him to come over and like me. Come over here. Be my puppy dog. Did I say hello? Here's my buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh, yes, my big dog. Come here. I want to pick you up. Come here. Can I pick you up? I don't have your ball, though. I don't have it. You got to go get it. Yeah. Oh, I got you. Come here. I got you. Oh, there he is. There's my big puppy dog. Oh, there you go. Sweet little boy. Oh, my legs hurt, but he's my puppy, so my puppy wants to lay on my legs. It's okay, because he's my puppy. And my puppy wants to lay on my legs, and my legs hurt, and my puppy can lay on my legs, and my legs hurt. Oh no, I didn't take my contacts out. I'm going to have a hell of a time reading. Hold on. There we go. God, it feels like it's so far away. Like that's blurry. That's not blurry. All right. The first comment of the day goes to Wee Yin. Hi, Wee Yin. Who says, "Are we there yet?" We are. We're there. We're there. We've reached there. I don't know, wait, which there are we talking about? There's several theirs. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I feel disoriented. That was my alarm going off telling me that I need to take my trash dumpsters, the big rolly ones, out to the street, to the curb, so they can pick them up tomorrow. Both my recycle and my regular trash can. I won't be doing that. There was a small window of opportunity when I got home from work where I might have actually carried them out and pulled them out to the street, but I came inside instead because I missed my puppy. I wanted to play with my puppy, and then now I played with my puppy, and time has passed. So now I'm here. I'm doing this, and I don't want to stop. And my feet are like throbbing. I feel the throb in my legs. Anyway, I have this job. Today was day 3 of my job. Still doing the exact same thing. I'm working in a showroom. I'm fixing the ceiling, the floors, the walls. And trying to find a way to cover up the windows because the windows are horrible. They're ugly and terrible. So it looks like we're going to be putting dry erase boards where the windows are, as a method of blocking the nastiness, which is the windows, blocking the nastiness, which is what you see through the windows, and then also using it as a layer of insulation between the windows and the outside because it's a single pane of glass. It's really, really old. The windows are so old. Single pane of glass. So it doesn't keep out much. It keeps out the wind. That's about it. Doesn't keep out much of the cold, doesn't keep out much of the heat, but it keeps out the wind. It's drafty though. Oh, I didn't say the intro. Hold on. Good evening, and welcome to the insert show title here. I'm your host, Walton B. James, and my co-host, Yoda, which you cannot see. Insert witty remark here. Tonight's topics of discussion are insert topic list here. Thank you for watching. It feels weird that I don't have my glasses on and I can see the screen over there. It's really strange. It's blowing my mind. I should have took my contacts out. It's weird. I feel weird. I know, right? Nobody said anything. Okay. What are we doing? Stop. Hello. Should I do drugs or something? I'd say I feel disoriented, but I always feel disoriented, so I feel the same as I do on a normal day, an average day. I do want to cough. I haven't done any drugs, and I want to cough. Pardon me. I'm afraid the drugs will make me sleepy. And I don't want to be sleepy. It's like 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And I don't want to be sleepy. I want to be, well, I don't know. Do I want to be sleepy? I don't know. In order to get 8 hours of sleep, I would need to go to bed at 8 o'clock, which will be in 2 hours. And then I would go to sleep at 8 o'clock, and then I will wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's when I get up. It's really strange to see myself clearly over there. I am not an attractive dude. Maybe I should move that further away. Yeah, this is too close. I hope I'm not doing this in high definition. That would be worse. You can see all the imperfections. There's quite a few. I think I want to do drugs. Oh wait, I didn't double tap to give myself an extra thumbs up. Now there's 3. I need to do it over there too. Hold on. I have to up my thumbs ups. Boom. Now it should be 4. Yeah. Yeah. 4 of them. Nice. Wait, that one says 5. Nice. That's sweet action. I'm gonna do drugs. My roaches are all ashy. I just kind of drop them into the ashtray, and then that bothers me. I need to find a better place to put the roach, but it's hot and it's on fire, and I got to drop it somewhere, and so I drop it into the ashtray. But there's lots of ashes in the ashtray, so it's nasty. And then when I got to pick it up, it's got ashes all over it, and I don't like that. There's got to be a better way. I need a clean ashtray. I need one ashtray for ashing, and another ashtray for. I can't think of the words. Extinguishing? That's the word. I need one ashtray for ashing and one ashtray for extinguishing. Uh huh. I can hear the accent that's in my voice sometimes, and I have no clue what that accent is. I'm from the American Midwest. I'm supposed to have like no accent. When it comes to Americans, I'm supposed to be accentless. And then if you travel in any direction, you start picking up accents. But I don't. What was I saying? I don't know. Accents. So I can hear the. That's what I was saying. It's not interesting. That's not interesting. I wear my hair. I wear my hair up. I wear my hair up all day when I'm when I'm working. I put it into one of these top ponytails where I have a ponytail on the top here. But all the rest of us hangs down like this. This was the 1980s Michael Bolton hairstyle right here. Well, he didn't shave the sides of his head, but he just had the top part of it in a ponytail, and the rest of it was not in a ponytail. That's my work hairstyle of choice. When I walk through the parking lot of my job, I look down. I always look down. It's just the way that I walk. I look down, and I keep finding things like screws, nails, in the parking lot. It's like, son of a bitch. I picked them up. It's like, but son of a bitch. I don't want to drive over that. That would be bad. That's the kind of shit that I worry about. I don't want to pop a tire. They're expensive. I had a blowout on the highway relatively recently. It was awful. But I have the insurance that covers that. It's like dirt cheap. It's like $1.50 or something a month. It's not much, but it's the kind where you pop a tire, they come a running. They're fast about it too because they got to compete. They call individuals. They call like the nearest company that is wherever you are. They find out. They call somebody to get there quick because if you don't get there quick, they're not going to call you anymore. So you get ratings and stuff because it's like individual. This was like an individual guy that came out. I think he was driving a station wagon. It wasn't anything fancy, but he somehow pulled that jack out real quick, and man, he jacked that car up fast. He had the tire change quick. I was like, holy shit! And it was on the highway, and there was a bunch of traffic going by really quick. Scared the shit out of me, man. I didn't want to get out of my car at all. And it was on the side. It was on the driver's side, and that's the side that there was. That's where the traffic was because I pulled off to the other the shoulder. Anyway, I've got the insurance and I got the full everything insurance just in case there's a problem. And then when my daughter wrecked her car, then I'm like, oh shit. Then I looked up the Kelly Blue Book on the car and it was like I want to say $700. It was not much. But then my daughter wrecked the car, told her dad, and they gave me a check for like $4,500. I was like, holy shit. And I couldn't believe that. The car was 14 years old. 14 years old. I bought this car new. And then I gave it to my daughter and I bought myself another car. And it ran well. It handled like a dream. Yep, that's drugs. That's marijuana, all right. Oh, shitty biscuits. I should have put some concentrate on the end of that. Do I need concentrate? Does it matter? Do I have some? Damn it, I can't tell. My eyes don't work that close. Yeah. Oh, there's something. Woot. There's something. Woot. I've never put it on there when this shit was lit before. I hope that doesn't fuck this up. Here we go. Oh, I can't see what I'm doing. Here we go. This could be a disaster. I got it. That worked. Yep. Oh yeah. That's some good stuff. It's all good stuff when you haven't smoked it at all for the day. It's been like 24 hours since I smoked any of this indica. Oh, I have a job. My hair looks like a fucking wig. I mean, this does not look real. It looks fake. I don't like that at all. And I keep moving it, maybe because it looks like a wig. So I'm like, no, look, it's real. I can move it around. My health insurance starts right away at this new job. Thank God. I need to talk to a therapist. The brain kind. And I need to talk to a psychiatrist and a psychologist or a therapist or a counselor. Something like that. Fast. So, that's nice that shit's gonna go. Oh shit, I missed the ashtray. So, hallelujah. I mean, I've been off of my ADD medication since January. So, that'll be fun. I mean, I was able, that'll be fun again for a little while, and then I guess the addiction comes rolling back into town. I don't know. The withdrawal off of that one was a nightmare. My insurance ran out, and then Obamacare kept failing me. Still has failed me. I've not gotten that to work yet, but it's irrelevant now that I have work healthcare, which is good. I was scared to death of getting hurt because I had no health insurance. So man, if I got hurt, that would have been bad because I would have had to pay it out of pocket. I don't have any money. All my savings is gone. My retirement accounts gone. I had to get a job because shit's falling apart mentally and physically. Shit is a mess. There was one glass of water on the table over here, and now there is two. I don't like it when that shit happens, because I only put one glass of water over here. But there's two glasses of water, and I know that I picked up the two that I had here from yesterday. Because I had two. I remember looking at them. There were two. And I remember picking up those two and carrying them over there. They were both empty glasses. But now I walk back over here and I set down a full glass, which is still sitting here. The full glass is here. But there's also a glass over here that is half full of water. I drank all of my water that I had yesterday. I've drank no water yet today while sitting here. And I've got a full glass and a half a glass. I don't know where that half a glass of water came from. I'm not gonna fucking drink that. No telling who put that there. If I get thirsty enough, I probably will drink it. But, I mean, that could be brought in from another dimension or something. That could be laced with something. Ooh, maybe it'll kill me. Probably wouldn't get me high. Alright. I don't think I'm a mustache person. Like, I feel like this is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. And then this is fading into nothing, so this looks like from a distance, I just have a mustache, which looks weird. I grew a mustache out of pure laziness. It's the only place that the hair grows. Here and here. I got sporadic embarrassing. You can see them. I don't know if you can or not. I got sporadic embarrassing hairs. And then under here there's some stuff there, but just it's all shit I just have to clean up. But I can't grow handlebars. Can't grow a goatee. I mean, I guess I could fake it. Like these hairs right here, I could just let them grow down. And then, like, I don't know, get wax or something and wax it all in. But then if I was going to go down with it, why wouldn't I go up with it? I don't think I can pull off that kind of mustache, the kind that twists up like that. I don't think that's me. I don't think I can make that shit go. And that would be hard to do, too. I mean, how do you... Because I can feel it touching my lip, and that's when I need to start cutting my shit off there. When it starts touching my lip, and I'm like, feel like I can chew on it. that's a little too long. I do not have a very good personal hygiene or grooming, male grooming. I am not the best when it comes to maintenance on that stuff. I don't shave as often as I should. It's awful. I hate it. I have very sensitive skin, so it can be painful sometimes. I have an electric razor that I use. It's a weird one too. It's not like a circular one. It's a different one. I probably should do that. I need to look more professional. I don't know why this is not professional right here, this big mess of shit on my head. Yeah. I have vision insurance too, so I can get more contacts. Right now I got 2 pair. And they're supposed to last me for 2 weeks. Each one. And I normally wear them for 3 weeks. So I have enough contacts to get me for 6 weeks. So I need to get more contacts ordered. So I need to get vision insurance and get more contacts ordered. What am I? Vision insurance is pretty damn cheap. I think, I don't remember. I remember it being pretty cheap. Doesn't matter, I'll pay it. I need to do stuff with my eyes. Yeah. The last few times I've been to the optometrist, I've been high. I tell him that. I'm just like, yeah, I smoke pot. And I smoked it on the way over. It's like, it's fine. Same optometrist. So, myself and my daughters go to the... Where do these long hairs come from, man? They are driving me nuts. Myself and my daughters go to the same optometrist that we've gone to for a lot. There's another one, man. And even though my daughters moved out, we still go to the optometrist at the same time. I make 3 appointments at one time, and we all go to the optometrist together. It's like her thing. Ow. And the last time we went, my daughter had more. She had better. Remember, she had better health insurance, better vision insurance than I did. So I'm gonna tell you a story about my daughter's mother, who's a horrible person. And here's an example of one of the many examples I have. Is that per court order, she was supposed to pay for my daughter's health insurance. That was the only expense. There was no money going back and forth. It's just that she had to maintain it. That which was really nice because it was funny because she had to pay that and I didn't have to pay anything. So she's supposed to pay for my daughter's health insurance. But when my daughter turned 18, she didn't go to college right away. She took like a year off before she went to college. So my ex-wife sent me a message and asked if she was going to school, and I said no. This was like in October, after my daughter graduated. My ex-wife canceled my daughter's health insurance and didn't tell us. Didn't tell me, didn't tell her. Didn't just canceled it. And I didn't find out until 10 months later when my daughter tried to use it. She had a doctor's appointment. She tried to use it. Like, you don't have health insurance. She didn't have health insurance for 10 months. No, wait, hold on. She did have health insurance. I think because I think I was carpentrying. I got to remember what year this was, but I was carpentrying at the time. So when you're a carpenter, everybody that lives under your roof is under your insurance. It's kind of cool. So when I became a carpenter, the health insurance is the same. You just get it actually. It's through the union. The union just does it for you. You don't have to deal with anything. So it's whether you have to like decline the health insurance. You're paying for it either way, so you might as well just take it. And it's like a large group, I think there was 30 something thousand members because it's like the retired people and it's the current carpenters. Anyway, so when I became a carpenter, boom, more health insurance for my kid, because the ex was supposed to maintain the health insurance. And I called my ex-wife and I said, hey, I'm a carpenter now. I can get her health insurance. I need her birth certificate. And the ex-wife wouldn't give it to me. Wouldn't give me her birth certificate. And she's like, no, I have health insurance. So no, you don't need more health insurance. I'm like, it's free. It's not costing anything. She'll just have twice as much. And this is really good health insurance. She goes, no, she's not gonna have it. And refused to give me the fucking birth certificate. Then this was a horrible person. So I called my union and I said, she's refusing to give me the my ex is refusing to give me the whatever I'm trying to say, birth certificate. I'm working on it. But because my daughter was seeing a psychiatrist without my ex-wife knowing about it. So since that's probably why. My daughter wanted to see a psychiatrist for the longest time, but didn't want, and was like begging me to see one. And I was trying to figure out a way to get her to see one, but so that her mom would never know. Because she needed to see one because her mom was so horrible to her that it was horrible. So she wanted to talk to a therapist about this. So I'm trying to set this up for a long time so that she can see somebody to talk without her mom knowing. What I wound up doing initially was I called her school. My daughter was in high school, and we talked to her school, and they said go to the guidance counselor. And I explained to the school the story, the situation. I said, look, this is what's going on with my kid, and her mom cannot know that this is happening, but she needs to talk to somebody. So I talked to the guidance counselor, and the guidance counselor said that they brought in a specialist just for my daughter to talk to. It was a real therapist, not a school guidance counselor who is also a therapist. but not a officially, therapist. So they brought in somebody for my daughter, which was really awesome. So this was during school. So my daughter would go to class one day, and then she would leave class, and she would go talk to somebody that came in just to talk to her, and then they talked for an hour. And then my daughter just went right back to class. Most people had no idea where she was going or what she was doing. But her mom never found out, and she did this for a while in school. And then when I became a carpenter, then then I could send her to an actual whatever. I just said find whoever you want, and or no, I don't know. I got a recommendation from somebody. Anyway, so I sent her to a real, might have even been a doctor. I'm not even sure. So yeah, after I got the health insurance, and then her mom never knew because the bills would come to me, so she never knew about it. Yeah, since her mom controlled the health insurance, how do you get your kid to see a therapist? I guess I could have paid for it out of pocket. I don't know how much that is actually. Anyway, but that she wouldn't give me the birth certificate in order to give my daughter a second amount of health insurance. That was better than the original. So I had to get it from the government. So I had to contact, I forgot it was the health and something organized department of I don't know. I had to contact them, and then I got two copies of it, and they sent it out to me real quick. It's fast. It's like I think it was a website or something. I just had to fill some shit out on a website, and I had to know some answers to certain questions that only the parent would know. My name's on the birth certificate, so I can get it. So I did. I got a copy of it, and then here's the best part. So she wound up getting the health insurance anyway. No biggie. But there was another custody battle that I had with the ex-wife, where I wanted to change custody to take. Well, I wanted more, and when I was talking to there's I had a lawyer, and then the ex had a lawyer, and then my daughter had a lawyer, the guardian ad litem, and so when I talked to my daughter's lawyer, the daughter guardian ad litem, I said she wouldn't give me the fucking birth certificate. And the guardian ad litem's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, as I could have got a second insurance on her for nothing. It would have cost her nothing at all. And she wouldn't give me the birth certificate. She's like, she wouldn't do it. I'm like, no. She's like, and she looks at me like she didn't believe me, but sure as shit, my ex confirmed it. She was still adamant about it. No, she did not need any extra health insurance, but sure as shit, because the guardian ad litem told me. So she's like, "Yep, she said that." I'm like, "Oh my god!" Because yeah, the when it was my lawyer and the guardian ad litem and me were all sitting in a room talking one time, and I'm asking, "Did she confirm these things?" And she's like, "Yeah, she confirmed that she said and did these terrible things." And I'm like, "I know it." She was fucking proud to not give it to me. Fucking a. I kept telling things to the guardian ad litem that I'm like, she does this shit, this shit. And it's just like it's to me it sounded like I'm saying things just to make the ex look bad, because that's what you do in custody cases. You say things to make the ex look bad because you want custody of your kid. And sometimes you can exaggerate to outright lie. The shit I used to say was extraordinary. But I'm just like, no, shit really happened. She'll fucking confirm it. And sure as shit, she did. Denying me access to my daughter's fucking birth certificate. But she liked having the power, the ex did. She liked having the power. I've got it and you don't. But it really did. I think it took like 5 days. And then it's like, now I've got it too. It didn't. It did not take long. It was surprisingly fast. Like I filled out the paperwork and I had it. I want to say the same week, but I don't remember. I remember being so upset that she wouldn't give me that fucking birth certificate. But then when I got a chance to talk about it in court, I'm like, oh, it's going down in the court documents. Oh, yes. That makes me happy. I got to say all kinds of shit, man. I unloaded. I trauma dumped on the guardian ad litem. It was my daughter's lawyer that I had to hire. So I hired a lawyer, and then me and the ex both had to pay for the guardian ad litems. uh, my daughter didn't have to pay, but the child needs to have representation also. So there are three lawyers involved. I got to talk to my daughter's lawyer. I was so happy. Just a trauma dump on top of her. I'm just like, oh my gosh, she's fucking horrible. She does this, she does this shit too. My poor daughter, oh my god. And then her mom did this and she did this. It was fucking great. And I'm looking at her, I'm like, no, this is real. I know you're looking at me like you don't believe me. I'm telling you. It was so great. That was wonderful because I remembered everything. I had plenty of time before I met with the guardian that let him tell her all of this stuff. Oh my God, I had just written down so much stuff I wanted to say. I'm like, oh my God, let me tell you this. And then I've got fucking text messages. Look at this shit right here. Oh my God. Don't get married, man. Marriage sucks. Marriage sucks. And it's actually very unnecessary and outdated. It is just an old fashioned thing. And it needs to be somehow updated or eliminated and replaced with something else that makes more sense for today. Because marriage is just an old concept that needs to be shooken up somehow. Like making thruples legal, that would be an interesting way to shake up marriage to make it more, today. I mean, the tax people can work that shit out. I mean, what are we worried about? People not paying their taxes on time? I can't understand why we don't have like thruples. Why can't people marry multiple people? I mean, you can set a limit. Right now, it's two people in a marriage. You can just make it three so that you don't have all kinds of craziness. One person with 50 wives, you can just start with three and see what happens. And there's got to be a way to make that work on taxes. Other than that, who cares? That's the only reason I can see that the government would actually care is just for tax reasons. Oh no, you just married into a throuple in order to as a tax shelter, save money or some shit. And that's the only difference I can see it making if you're married to one person or if you're married to two people. The only difference is taxes. Oh right, and maybe like will like your what is it called? Your wills or whatever when you after you die, and then what happens to your assets, your estate laws. But I'm sure they can work. Well, that shit's a mess anyway, so who cares? It's just make it more of a mess. I don't know why I'm encouraging people to marry multiple people. I don't want anybody to get married. Marriage is horrible, man. Marriage is so bad. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. I mean, I guess some people are happy in their marriage. It's just like, hey, which one are you on? Probably want the first one. No, we're both so happily married. You newly married? Are you both on your second or maybe your third marriages? Oh man. Not that I have to worry about marriage in any way. I don't I don't actually leave the house. So when you're always with yourself only and nobody else, there's no one to marry. So, which is a good thing for me because I've got agoraphobia and people scare me. Okay. I'm gonna. Did I say the intro? I gotta say the intro. Did I already say this? Good evening, and welcome to the Insert show name here. I'm your host, Walton B. James, and my co-host, Yoda. Insert witty remark here. Tonight's topics of discussion are, insert topic list here. Thank you for watching. My eyes feel really dry, like I need to put drops in or something. Oh no, I smoked marijuana. That affects your eyes. Oh man, this is horrible. Maybe I should take my contacts out. It's hard to focus. Let's see here. Well, wait, hold on. Okay, here we go. My kiss is so hard, it's so far away, my eyes are really weird. Okay. Should I take my contacts out? No. I'm falling behind. I'm struggling. I don't know why my brain doesn't want to go. Come on, I'm reading the words in my head, but I can't read them out loud. There's a disconnect. No, all right, okay. Oh my God. I'm gonna read that. There's something wrong. There's some sort of disconnect in my brain. I'm looking at the words and I'm struggling to read them. And this has happened to me before. I remember this happening one other time while I was live streaming, where I was unable to read it. And it's not because I'm tired, it's because there's some sort of problem. There's like a glitch. Something's not right. I'm pretty good at this. I mean, I do this all the time. Is it my eyes that are fucking with? Maybe it's because my eyes are fucking weird. Should I take my contacts out? I want to splash water in my eyes. It could be that my eyes are weird. Maybe it's going to give me a headache if I read it, and I know that, and that's why I'm messing up. Should I like rub my eyes? Maybe that's it. I need eye drops, and I don't have any. I know I don't have any, and I don't want to put saline directly in my eyes. My optometrist said that you don't want to do that because it's very salty, and you don't want to put stuff that's like super salty in your eyes. I think I need to take out my contacts. I don't have to take my contacts out sign. You want to come with me? Hi, buddy. Hold on. I gotta move. Don't want you about to fall. I love you. I gotta remember to plug my phone back in. My bathroom is gross. Ugh. Luckily you can't smell it, you can only see it. I'm not gonna like open up the toilet and look in there or anything. I probably need to put bleach in there. That's how I clean my toilet. I just put bleach in there when things are not the correct color in there. Hold on, there's a little shelf right there. Bam! Oh man, I can really see my dandruff and stuff. Alright. I'm washing my hands using soap and water. And I'm drying them off using a towel. I have saline solution. I have my contact case. Oh yeah. Ow, it burns. Was there something on my hand? Ow. I thought I washed my hands. Son of a bitch. Now I'm gonna have one really bloodshot eye. Look like I smoked half a joint or something. I'm washing them again. This shit burns, man. I don't want that to happen in my other eye. I was eating potato chips, but I thought I did a good job washing my hands. Okay, here we go. Please don't hurt. Nope, all good on that one. Alright, I did it. All by myself. I'm a winner. Oh yeah, that's much better. Where is my spectacles? I found them. I'm a Four Eyes. No. Okay. I think I'm back. I'm gonna plug my phone in. Does anyone else need to plug in their phone? Is my phone dying? Mine's not, but I don't want it to get that far. I'm sorry it's shaking. There's nothing I can do about it. My puppies did not move while I was gone. He's still on the chair in front of me. Oh! One leg up. Hi, buddy. One leg up. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. When I go out to see, now everybody's blurry. Now everything's blurry over there, so it's fine. Yeah, my face is really blurry. That's kind of the way I see myself. My face is really, really blurry. A lot. Ow, I have a cut on my finger and it's swollen. It's a little bit swollen where the cut is. Son of a bitch. Maybe this will be what kills me. Not likely. Neosporin. I just need to put a band-aid on it. That sucks. I was just in the bathroom where I keep the band-aids and the Neosporin. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Bernie Loff. Hi, Bernie Loff. Says, well, hello, mister. I've just worked my third day of a new full job. That's about you, by the way. I hope Yoda's routine shifts have gone well. Much love. Your Yoda's routine has gone well. Well, in the morning it's kind of difficult with him. It was wet, like the ground was wet. He doesn't like it when the ground's wet. So I had to pull him into the grass. He did not want to go. I pulled him out the front yard and he wanted to go back in, but I pulled him into the grass and I made him stand there until he peed, and then he peed, and then we came inside and we played ball for like 15 minutes. We just played ball. When you have a little dog, you can play ball in the hallway. It's great. So I just throw him the ball down the hallway, and he'd run down and get it. We played fetch for a while. It was a fun time. And then I leave, and then I come home, and then we go for a big long walk. I think it was 40 minutes, 40-minute long walk today. We walked for a long time, and then and when he poops, it's a lot. Normally, when I used to walk him 4 or 5 times a day when I was unemployed, but now now he poops, I guess, all of it at one time. It seems like a lot, but he's a wiener dog. He's got lots of innards in there. I don't know what takes up all that space. Maybe it's the innards. I got to read faster. I'm like 50 minutes behind. I just started. Brendo Jillian Windsor. Hello, Brendo Jillian Windsor. Brendo? Was it always Brendo? Why do I feel like it was Brandon before? Am I making that up? Is that an alternate reality? Afternoon, Walton. That's me. How goes the new job? It goes well. So far, so good. I was tasked on there were windows there, and I was tasked on how to cover up the windows with dry erase boards in a way that would block the air. So I'd like to use it as a partial insulation. So, and it's 10 windows that are 62 inches wide, so it's 62 feet. It's 12 windows, I lied. 62 feet of windows straight. And I've got these 10-foot dry erase boards. They're 10 foot by 4 foot to block a window that is 32 inches. I have a plan. Wee says to, oh, you said my name. And then you said to Bernie Loff, I hope you and Brando Julian Windsor are doing well too. And Bernie Loff says, not too bad, thanks, Wee thank you, and others, best wishes. Brando Julian Windsor says, hi, Wee I've been I've been great recently. Hope all is well with you. And then there's a colon and a closed parentheses. Bernie Law says yes to drugs. It's hump day, Wednesday, middle of the week. 7. And then Bernie Law said 7. And then 7 oh, that was when I was saying, oh, thank you. It's still 7. That's how many thumbs up I have. I have 7 thumbs up. It's still 7. So thank you, Bernie Law, for being number 7. I appreciate that. And it's still number 7, so we're kicking strong because it goes down. Sabrina says, "Hello Walton, hello Yoda, hello Walnuts, and everyone. Hope everyone had an okay day." Hi Sabrina, and I did have an okay day. I'm starting to settle in better at my job, which is a good thing. So in order to do this thing, I have to convert this building's 100 years old, by the way. So there's these windows that are all single pane windows, and a lot of them are broken and held together with tape. It's single pane glass. Yeah. So it's single pane glass blocks the wind, and that's it. It just lets all the cold in, heat out, the cold out. It is not great. Anyway, so I've been tasked with hanging dry erase boards over these windows. What was I saying? I was telling you something about the. I don't know where I was going with that. I was tasked with doing this. Son of a bitch. I was gonna say something that was interesting about that, and I really am now I'm unhappy about what it was I was about to say. I think I might be using drugs. Shit. Bernie Loft says emoji, and then Wee Yin says I'm massively pissed off. I've massively pissed off my teen off. She's a teen, so don't take much. And it wasn't really my fault. I didn't hear the door. Was getting ready in the loo and had the radio on. Oops, what can I say? I don't know. I don't know what that means. You didn't know that. Did they come home and you didn't realize it? Brando Julian Windsor says, hello, Sabrina. Always a pleasure. And then Wee says, hey, Sabrina. Hope you're well. And then Hope Star says, hi, Hope Star. And Sabrina says, Brando, hello. And then emoji. And Wee hello. I'm okay. Thank you. Wee says, hello to Hope Star. Hope you're good. Sabrina says, hello, Hope. And then Hope Star says, I'm okay. I didn't understand what you said you did to your kid. I know, right? Hope Star says next time you can put the concentrate on. Oh my marijuana. Yeah, I should probably put it on there. No, I'll lose it. That worked though. I definitely got the high. Uh, and then Wee said, didn't the door when she came in from school at Hope Star and she went looking for me down to a cafe. I wasn't there either, so she was fuming. But I bought her cake and hot chocolate, seen as I'm deaf. You bought looking for you down to the cafe. Do you like live over a cafe? That's what I'm imagining. Like, is it like Friends where you live above the cafe? Ash says, I. Wian said, didn't answer the door to Hope Star. Oh. Oh. Wian says, alrighty to Ash. Hope all's good. Bernie Lau says, LMAO, trauma dumping in the court papers. Karma. What's not to love? I know, right? And then, oh man, I'm all caught up on the messages. I kick ass. If a marriage with two is a non-sequential shit show, what would adding more help? Nope. Well, I don't know. Because you have a marriage when There's literally times that you're both talking about the same thing, but you're like using the wrong word, and it makes it seem like you're talking about different things. But you're not. You're talking about the same thing, but it's a miscommunication. Whereas if a third person was there, you'd be like, "Hey, hold on, y'all are miscommunicating about something simple." Or vice versa. You're talking about something different, but you think you're talking about the same thing. That kind of shit happens all the time, and you get so fucking mad. Also, the third person could take sides, which sounds like a terrible thing. But I mean, if you had a mediator, could be a mediator. I mean, it wouldn't that doesn't sound too terrible if they were like fair and impartial. You know what I mean? Like not playing favorites. Yeah, I don't have anything going on except for I don't have anything going on. I keep eating Altoids. If they were wintergreen flavored, I would eat them all in one sitting. I would pour them down my mouth. I bought a big bag of Lifesavers wintergreens, individually wrapped ones. Big old bag. I had all of them in a few days. I would just grab them by the handful. I'd carry them out to my kitchen table and just drop them on my kitchen table, and I would just watch TV and mindlessly eat them. Wintergreen, Lifesavers, they're delicious. And they had these like orange flavored ones, or they orange like orange mint, I want to say. They were also good. I ate the shit out of those. I ate them as a meal. I don't know if you can eat them as a meal, but I know I tried. They were good. Makes me want them now. Every time I see them in the store, I see wintergreen, all kinds of stuff. I want the wintergreen stuff, but I know how I'm at. I am. I'll eat it all at one time. I like it so much, but I have no control. That's why I don't buy candy, because I'll eat it all at one time, no matter what it is. I'll eat it all at one time. Halloween's coming. I don't get candy on Halloween because I don't give out candy on Halloween because I turn my lights off. I turn everything off, and that's the only time of year I turn my mailbox off. My mailbox is lit up. I got rope light inside. My mailbox is made of glass block, and it's got rope lights in there. So it lights up. Right now, it is currently orange and green, which I think is I can make it only two colors, so it's orange and green, which is I think very festive for the moment. October and Thanksgiving, Halloween and Thanksgiving. That's my alarm saying that I need to take the trash to the curb, which I'm not going to do, but I know I need to. I need to take the trash out of my house and put it into the dumpster, into the bin, and then which is on wheels, and then pull it to the street. I need to do that because actually that trash is starting to stink. But it's not that bad. Man, I got issues. What was I talking about? I went from lifesavers to something to my trash. I want to say there was something. Oh, the alarm went off. Son of a bitch. Oh, look at that. It turned my screen off. Like I had the live stream showing on here. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. There we go. What the hell was I just talking about? Something that was something. Then my phone went off. I felt it was interesting, or something I could have expounded upon. Was it about water? I drank water. That was a good thing. It was delicious. Hankerings. I get a hankering every once in a while for different kinds of food. Cravings, I guess you could call them. No, it's a hankering. Craving seems stronger. Hankering seems like milder than a craving. So I get a hankering for certain kinds of food from time to time, and just a moment ago I thought to myself, I want ice cream. I won't get ice cream because I'll eat it all at one time. And my problem with I look around at the ice cream and I look at the prices and I look how much the price is like per ounce and I want to get a good deal. In order to get a good deal, you kind of got to buy the bigger ones. So it's like the most bang for my buck, but then I got to spend more of my buck in order to get a bigger bang. So I need to buy the smaller ones. But then I'm like, well, I can't decide. I'll just get a couple of them. I will eat ice cream until I start to feel sick. I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta stop. And then I'll stop eating it, and that's my gauge. And then I'll like go lay down, and sometimes I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh God. But then when that passes, I will think about that ice cream again. Normally, I won't eat it that same day, but the next day, despite how sick it made me feel, I will sit down and I will fucking do that again. I will just keep eating it until I feel something, until it's gone or I feel something. Sometimes I start to feel ill, but I'm almost done. Well, I gotta finish it, right? I don't want to have to come back tomorrow and do this again, so. Yeah. So I have a hankering for ice cream, but I'm not gonna get ice cream. I like the idea of ice cream. Now, my daughter and I have discussed this at length. That we know the difference now most of the time because we used to always talk about this. All of a sudden we get weird cravings at some point in time, and sometimes we'd have the same craving. And these were cravings; they were beyond hankerings. But sometimes it'd be like my daughter and I were both had like at the same time. We'd like, I want a Twinkie. And my daughter's like, I was just thinking that. I'm like, I know. Where did that come from? I was like, I don't know. We both have this strong desire to want to eat a Twinkie, but we both agreed that we don't like Twinkies. We like the idea of Twinkies, but we don't actually like the Twinkie itself so much because the idea of what a Twinkie is in my mind versus what a Twinkie is in my mouth is different. It's just better in my mind. What a Twinkie is better in my mind than what it actually is. It's like, wait, now do I have a craving for an item or do I have a craving for the idea of an item? And that distinction is very important because my daughter and I have gone out and we both have this has happened numerous times. We're like, all right, we're gonna get a Twinkie, but you can only buy Twinkies in 2 packs, and it's like, really, we just need one. But no, I have to buy Twinkies in a 2 pack, and so we'll buy a Twinkie in a 2 pack. Now we've only done this like I don't know 8 times, and we'll get one and we'll cut it in half, and both of us will take one bite out of it and be like, okay, this is not what I thought it was gonna be. It's not what I wanted. I don't know why we did. Why did we do it again? But we do it again. Sometimes we even wouldn't even finish it. We throw it away, and that other one would just sit in the package until it was trash, and then we would just throw that one away too. Yes, because the idea of the Twinkie was better than the Twinkie itself. So sometimes I think about that when I'm like, well, do I want ice cream or do I want the idea of ice cream? And what stops me from the ice cream is that it's cold, and sometimes I eat ice cream until I will get the brain freeze, and I don't like it because once you get brain freeze the first time, then you're susceptible to getting it. Like every time you take a bite after that, it's like, oh God, brain freeze again, oh, brain freeze again. You know, it just takes that one time where you break the seal, and once the seal's been broken, it's just brain freeze on. It's like, no, man, this is my dinner. I want to eat my ice cream as my dinner. No, brain freeze. I don't know if I tied that all together. I was trying to go somewhere with that, and I think I brought it back home. I think I pulled that one back around. I want to say, oh man, my arms are cold right here. Not here, not at all. But right here, it's cold, and it's got those little. It feels like the little bumps on your arm that you get right there. I don't. But I hear you can get rid of that with like athlete's foot medication and dandruff shampoo. I want to say. I don't know. I don't know if that would fix the fact that my arms are cold. They get cold. I have a long sleeve shirt ready to go just in case they get cold. So I'm feeling it like, well, if they start to get cold, that shit really bothers me when my arms are cold right there. It really bothers me. And when my legs are cold from the shin to the ankle, there's something about that area. It's I don't like that area getting cold either. It really bothers me. Uh-huh. I have a dog. He's a Dachshund, so he's a sniffer. Now, the sniffer dogs have these really long snouts because they got all that, crap up in there. Those different voids and stuff. The nasal cavities, so that they can smell all kinds of everything and all that stuff. So whenever my dog wants to smell something, he goes, he brings in his nose to smell it. But he's like doesn't know how long his snout is. It's long. He's a hound dog. It's long. So he always touches his nose to whatever he wants to smell. Everything. It's everything. So that, there's nose prints all over. There's a glass door. There's nose prints all over the place. But if he sees any kind of your skin, if he can see your skin, he wants to smell it. So if you're like laying down like this, like about to doze off, your shirt has come up just a little bit. Can you see that? Your shirt has come up just a little bit like this. It's like boom, cold right there. So you're like that, and you gotta quickly pull it back down because he'll do it again. He'll put his damn cold wet nose on you. And my kids and I used to always talk about this fucking dog would do that when you're like dozing off, but your shirt just kind of pulls up a little bit, and the dog just like boom, cold nose on there. It's just like it sucks how jarring that is when you're just trying to sleep a little bit, and the dog's just like no. I try to explain to my dog that there's rules. The house has rules here. And this is the big one that my kids and we all agreed was very important. So it's like when someone's asleep, you don't mess with them. So you don't mess with somebody ever when they're asleep. You leave them alone. Always under every single circumstance. And if you ever do need to wake, you don't wake them unless you like absolutely have to wake them. Like they say that they want you to wake them. That's an acceptable time. And then the way that you wake them up is gently every single time, like you start saying their name softly or some shit like that. That's the rule. That's the rule here. That if you fall asleep, you don't, yeah, you don't. No one messes. No one messes with you when you fall asleep. This is a safe place. A safe place to sleep. Which is a nice thing, because I have one daughter. When she would come over, she's sleeping in the middle of the living room, where all of the dog was barking, and like getting all crazy and shit, and then she just fall asleep right in there. The noise, the chaos helped her sleep, and she knew we were never gonna mess with her, so we just walk right by her, and she knew that we were never gonna do anything, so she just slept right there amidst the chaos. There's me and my daughter would be. Sometimes we kind of talk to each other, but we're kind of yelling, but we're not like that's just our normal tone. And right over her head, and she just didn't seem to notice. Just kept right on sleeping. That's a complex post-traumatic stress disorder rule right there. Is the rule for I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, so if I'm sleeping, leave me alone. That's imperative, and if you can't do that, then you've got to go. There's rules for people with complex post-traumatic stress disorder and how you treat them. So, sleeping, yeah, it's leave them alone. Pulling pranks on them, no. Surprise parties, no. Jump scares, no. None of that shit. You don't walk out behind them without letting them know that you're there first. Definitely don't make contact without letting them know that you're there. best thing to do is always approach slowly and say exactly what you're going to do long before you do it. I'm approaching to you and I'm going to reach out and touch you on the arm. And you have lots of time to decide if you want that to happen or not. And I respect your decision. That kind of shit. That works out well. Yeah. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder sucks. I was talking to somebody that I work with today, and she was in charge. She was in HR, and I was explaining that I have mental issues, and this can affect my ability to relate with other people at work. And I said, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, if you know what that is, and she goes, yes, I do, and I'm like, oh, bummer. But she said that I don't remember who she said it was. Was her daughter? Daughter-in-law? Daughter? I don't remember who she said it was exactly. I feel bad now. Was in the military, and she had PTSD really bad. And I'm just like, well, complex post-traumatic stress disorder is very different than post-traumatic stress disorder. And then she's like, is it worse? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's so much worse. And she's like, oh, because she knew how bad PTSD is, and PTSD is bad. It can be very, very bad. But complex post-traumatic stress disorder is always worse. Always. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. So I don't like talking to people about my mental illness, but I feel like it's just a matter of time before I have a conversation with somebody before I say or do the wrong thing. And they're gonna be like, whoa. And this is the example that I always give, and no one can answer these questions for me. Like, my question is, what do I do? All right, so I get to work. I just get, it's Monday morning. I get to work. And then I go from my car to my work area, and I pass 6 other employees along the way. Do I say hi? Do I say how you doing? Do I ask them how their weekend was? Do I stop and chat with each one of them? Do I talk while continuing to move the whole time, but like talking in passing? Do I say nothing? What exactly do I do? And then once I'm in my workspace, if I have to like leave and go back out to my vehicle again, and I walk past those same 6 people, am I supposed to say hi again? Am I supposed to ask questions then? There's no answers to these. The question is, what do I do? No one's been able to answer that question. I did have, at my previous place of employment, I told that same thing to multiple people, and 2 of them said, use your best judgment. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm not going to say anything to anybody at all unless it is work related. I'm just going to look down and walk right on by. And then I said, and I'm like, because that's the answer I want to hear. do what I think's best. I'm like, oh, good. That means I'm not going to talk to anybody ever. That's exactly what I want to do. But then and I'm like, okay, no problem at all. I'm not going to talk to anybody. Can you do me a favor and just let everybody know that that's what I'm going to do and that's an acceptable thing? And both of them are like, no, wait, hold on. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I need you to tell me what I'm supposed to do. Because if it's left up to me, I'm not going to say anything to anyone. I'm not going to make eye contact. I'm just going to walk right on by. But that's just me. I'm having a weird vision. I'm remembering, but it's not. I mean, it was vivid like a flashback, but it's not negative like a flashback, and it's of this. I don't even want to say I was watching this video. It was a video short where someone had acne on their nose, and it was like this big old whitehead, and they were trying to like pop it by making facial expressions, and it was on the verge of popping. And I was like, and I don't know why this image just popped into my head. That's really distracting. It was really, I'm trying to work my way through it, but again, I'm still seeing it. And I can see this guy, it was right here on his nose. And he's like, like that. And he was like trying to pop the thing out of his nose. Okay. I don't, I got other similar videos going through my head. I'm very distracted by it. Oh, I could, maybe somebody wrote something. Yay. All right, here we are. Let's see here. Let's see here. Bernie Law says the Grinch of Halloween. I'm officially inspired. I am the Grinch of Halloween. Is that wait, I didn't say that. I don't here I forgot that's where I was going with that. I lost my train of thought. So when it comes to Halloween, I turn off all my lights and my doorbell doesn't do anything. It's a smart doorbell. It records. It does that part, but when you press it, nothing happens. And there's actually a sign that I put right on top of the button that says you are now trespassing. So anybody who presses that button has to read that sign that says you are now trespassing. And if they were to grab my doorknob in order to open the door to knock on, because I got a screen door, the doorknob says you are now trespassing. And I've had people, they were solicitors, and I'm like, motherfuckers. Uh, that shit bothers me. But my point is, oh, I don't answer the door on Halloween for very good reason. I don't talk to my neighbors. Ever. I never, ever, ever talk to my neighbors. And I've had numerous times that my neighbors have approached me in order to talk to me when I was outside, but I was walking my dog. And my dog starts barking at fucking everybody, so I can use my dog as a reason to get away from having to talk to people. So I don't want my neighbors to feel comfortable enough to just walk up to my house and then start wanting to have a conversation with me or some shit like that. Like now's the perfect time to talk to them about whatever's going on in the world. Especially, they might have a complaint about me. I don't want to hear that. So I don't want to talk. I'm afraid to talk to people. Also, my house is the only one, and I live in a cluster of neighborhoods, and there's a lot, hundreds and hundreds of houses, and I have a scooter. I ride around my scooter. I've seen the houses. My house is the only one that has a fucking rainbow flag in front of it. And I don't want people to come up to me and talk to me about my fucking rainbow flag. I got one neighbor that is not happy about my fucking rainbow flag. Fuck him. I'm allowed to have a rainbow flag. It's the six color rainbow flag because there's six colors in the rainbow. There's not seven. Was it fucking Newton that said that? Indigo. It's not a fucking color in the rainbow. There's six. There's six colors in the rainbow. A prism that separates light into into colors. It separates them into six colors. No fucking indigo. It's purple, man. It's purple. There's blue and there's purple. I remember learning that in school, thinking that was so dumb because I remember learning in art class about primary and secondary colors, and there was no fucking indigo on the chart. There was only six colors. There were primary colors, there were secondary colors. There was no fucking indigo. And I remember my art teacher saying, "No, there's six colors in the rainbow. There's not seven." And I remember the teacher saying, "Nope, there's seven colors in the rainbow because we're learning about was it fucking Newton?" I struggled with that, man. I struggled with indigo. Indigo as a color really bothered me. Because the shit just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. It was like something that was between the two established colors. And if you ever looked at rainbows that were made with them, they didn't like kids drawing rainbows. What were we saying? Oh, it was Halloween. I don't want to talk to my neighbors. I don't want them to feel free to come over and say hi and just want to start a conversation. I have agoraphobia. I don't want I don't want that shit at all. I'm afraid of people will start talking to me about my lawn or something. Not how it's not kept real well, or they might want to talk. I have various pieces of artwork in the front of my house. When I first moved into my first when I moved out on my own into my first place, I didn't have clothespins. I needed some clothespins from potato chip bags. So I asked my grandmother. I said, because who had tons of clothespins, because my grandparents were raised in the Depression. They they didn't have dryers for their clothes. They're lucky they had washers to wash their clothes, but they didn't have dryers. Dryers was a luxury item. Everything was lying dried. So I knew my grandparents had clothespins. So I asked my grandmother for some clothespins, and she gave me some. And there was this one that I love. There's this one that I love this one. There was something about it. There was a bunch of different kinds. Some of them are really old. Some of them are not. I've still got them. Some of them are definitely antiques because they are weird looking. But there was something about this one that I really liked, just the way that it looked. And I decided that I was going to make a scale model of it, only larger. And I started measuring it, and I realized that it was all in standard measurements. Is that what it is? Standard, not metric measurements. And the measurements were all very making sense. Like this, it was 3 inches. That's how big it was, and then it had a 2 inch slope on it, and then it had the size holes. Everything was exact. I'm like, it was awesome. This little. I think that might be why I liked it because it was so exact to the way that it was made. Because all of the measurements all made sense. Because I measured every little part of it in order to blow it up bigger. So I made a 3 inch clothespin into a 3 foot uh, matching piece, which I have in my front yard. There was a tree in front of a window, a little tree, and it died. So I put this clothespin right there, like it's pinching off the ground where the tree was. And then it's got fake grass there, so I don't have to mow it. So it's just pinching off what looks like it's pinching off the grass, but it's not. It's fake grass. So I don't have to put a tree back there. That's which is got there's no maintenance. It just sits there. I made it out of Ipe is the name of the wood. IPE is what it is. It is this dense fucking wood. Holy shit, that stuff is so fucking heavy. What was I talking about? I don't know. I got off on a tangent. Am I using that word correctly? I'm off on a tangent. Is that right? If I'm just calmly talking about something and then I just calmly move to something else, am I having a tangent? I'm thinking of a tantrum. Wait, hold on. Okay. Tangent. I don't even know if I'm using that word correctly. And I've used that word a lot. It just sounded weird when I said it this time. Like, really weird. Like, what word am I thinking of when I'm saying something, a different word? Indeed. Am I growing tired? Was it the marijuana? The smoking the marijuana is hard right now. It's like I can feel it in my lungs, kind of stuff. I want it to be easier. Like smoking it through an ice cube or something. Is that a thing? I ran my hand through a table saw, like across the blade, like this. It did a lot of damage. Understandably so. I got this scar. It's right. I don't know if you can see it. It's right. It's right there. And there, it's kind of a Z shape right there. That was a bad cut right there. I cut these two. I didn't cut the middle finger. Actually got away. It only had some minor scrapes across the side, but they all had these cuts across the side right here. This finger here, I tried to cut it in half long ways. I only got down to the first knuckle. Almost, there was a chance I could have lost my finger here at the first knuckle, but I did not. It's still there, but that's why it's flat and weird. Instead of being rounded on the top like the other one, it's flat right there. And then I cut the tip of this one here, my ring finger. So my fingerprints on two of my fingers are smudges. My index finger and my ring finger. And then I cut the tip of my pinky finger off. So I only have 10 or 9 fingernails. So that means that I get 10% off on manicures. I don't know that that's true. I've not had a manicure since cutting my finger off. I think that would just be awkward. I thought about getting a tattoo to make it look like there's a fingernail there. I've seen some really pretty good tattoos that look like, well, it looks like there's a fingernail there to make it look like the fingers, you know, when you cut part of it off to make it look like it's a real finger, like to pass without you really seeing it. But then I saw some tattoo fingernails that looked bad. They looked really bad, like they used black, you know, and it was just like it was too black, you know, like my fingernails aren't you don't use, that wouldn't be black to color that in, that would be a different color, I don't know what, gray, but not black is too dark. Anyway, I decided against that tattoo because that would probably hurt like hell anyway. So I cut my finger off at an angle. So it was like the top part of my finger was gone from, well, I guess I could show it on here. It's like right here to like right there, which was gone to the point where they had to saw the bone off, and then they folded the flap over. So part of my finger, well, that was on part of my fingerprint is on the back of my finger because they folded it over and because the fingers was gone. So I lost 2% of my fingers. So I lost 20% of one finger, which is 2% of my fingers. You wouldn't think 2% would be so very noticeable, but it is. 2% is noticeable. It's a noticeable amount. Losing 2% is noticeable. If you lost like 2% of your body weight, that's like your hand. I need my hands. That's why I don't want to lose 2% of my body weight. I want to keep my hands. That's my alarm saying I need to take my trash to the street, which I won't be doing. But it's nice that I set myself the alarm. Does that mean it's 8 o'clock? Because if it's 8 o'clock, oh fuck, 7:30. It'll go off again at 8 o'clock. Then I gotta deal with it. I need hand transplants, but this universe doesn't have those, which is sad. Because I need hand transplants because these hurt. There's a lot of pain here. Things are all fucked up. My 3 worst on the job injuries all involved a fucking table saw. There's all 3 of them involved kickback. They all kicked back. One time it kicked back and threw my hand into it. One time it kicked back and threw a piece of wood back on me, a square piece of wood. And one time it kicked back a piece that cut off and fell off, got pinched in the blade and shot back at me. And it was in a point. It came back and it hit me in my fucking hand. It hit right here. It hit right here. And it went all the way through my hand right there. Worst splinter I ever had. It was like the size of a AA battery. And it was like honed to a point and then like 33 inches long because the place that I was working when this happened and that shot into my hand, I went to the hospital for that one. It's bad when you get stabbed all the way through your hand. That shit really hurts. And so when I went, yeah, they kept it. The guys that were still working in that shop, they kept that piece of wood that went through my hand. So I measured it. It was 33 inches long. Like that's the worst splinter that I've ever had. Was that 33-inch splinter that I had that poked through my hand. It was really fast. It just went boom. It just barely went through, but it went through, and then it pulled back out, which was awful. And then when it pulled out, there were two different splinters that it left inside of my hand. One of them, it was right here. There was so I went to a week later after I did the damage to my hand. That one I had to go to see a hand doctor, hand specialist, and there's a piece of wood right there in my hand, and the shit was really hurting there a week later. It was a problem. That shit hurt so bad for so fucking long. But he saw that little piece of wood right there, so he grabbed tweezers and he starts pulling on it. I think he's gonna pull that tweezer, but it's like no, that came in from this side and poked through, so the hole wasn't big enough to pull it through. And I'm like, fucking shit hurt, man. So he had to numb up my hand right there, and he had to perform a little surgery, and he cut my hand open and pulled out that piece that was in there, which definitely would not have pulled through that hole. That would have fucking hurt. It would have tore that hole open. So we got that one out, but then it was I don't know, 6 months later after this shit's all healed. That felt I'm reaching in here like this, and I felt there's like a little BB in my hand. I could feel that there was another piece of wood inside my hand. I could move it, and it drove me insane that there's a little piece of wood in my hand. I could move it up and down inside of my hand in like the same path. It didn't go very far, but it was just and I just kept moving in my hand, and it drove me fucking nuts. It drove me fucking nuts to the point that I'm like, I need to find a way to cut open my own hand. How do I cut open my hand to get this out? I got to cut all the way through the skin, like all the layers. And I'm like, how the fuck do I do this in order to get that thing out? But I wound up going back to that same hand doctor, and it was covered under the workman's comp, thank God. That happened. So then he wound up he cut in there and he took it out. It was a piece of wood, but when he pulled it out, it was red. It was wrapped up with a bunch of red. I don't know what the fuck that shit was, but it was like covered with something that was all red to the point where he's looking at it going, I don't know what the hell this is. And I'm like, I didn't want to look at it. My hand was open at that time and I didn't want to look at it. But he grabbed this thing and he had tweezers with it apparently. And he's like just shaving it away with a scalpel trying to figure out what it is. Like, I don't know what this is. He's just shaving away the red stuff. And then he's like, oh, no, wait, hold on. There's wood there. Yep, it's a piece of wood. And I'm like, great. I'm like wide awake. I'm like, can you put my hand back together? Because when I had both of those hand injuries, I could not look at my hand. There was no way. My hand was so fucking mangled. It really sucked when you cut my finger off because when I cut it off, it was hanging off the side. It was still hanging on by a little bit of skin, and I saw my hand, it was skin, like, oh my God, and I picked it up and I put it back on. And then I grabbed a towel and I wrapped it up, and I'm like, oh shit. And I walked to the nearest manager I saw, and I said, you need to take me to the hospital. He's like, all right, let's go. And off we went. So we went and then we got that one. When I got to this was so it was like a 15-minute ride. I want to say I don't remember how long it was a drive. It felt like it was way too long. I mean, there was so much blood that I had towels wrapped around my hand, and I had the death grip on my hand. I squeezed it so tight, as tight as I could the whole way, and I didn't realize I was squeezing my hand that tight the whole way. And when I got to triage at the hospital, she's like, all right, what happened? And I'm explaining my hand, run my hand through the table saw, the part was hanging off the side, and I put it back on. She's like, okay, partial amputation. And I'm just going, I did have an amputation. Like, son of a bitch. That's when I heard the official lingo for it. She's like, all right, I need to look at it. I couldn't get my hand off. I could not get my hand to come off my hand. It clamped on so tight I couldn't get my hand off. She's like pulling on my fingers to get my hand off. So she had to put gloves on, and she had to pull my hand away so I could take this other hand off. And then this hand was so cramped up I couldn't take the towels off. And then she wound up doing it, which was a good thing because I looked away. I didn't want to see it. I just looked away like this, and she's looked at it and she goes, okay. And then she closed it back up, and she's like, "Okay, you can put your hand back on it." So I did. I put my hand back on it. And she looked at it, and then they had me in. They had me in right away. But I have pictures of it. I got pictures because my manager that I worked for, he came to the hospital and he took pictures of it. He's like, "Can I take pictures of your hand?" I'm like, "Go ahead. I'm not gonna look at it." And then it was I think I was home for like a week, and I'm just like, "All right, can you send me the pictures? I'm not gonna look at them, but can you send them to me just in case I want to look at them?" And they were not pretty. They were bad. It looked pretty bad. It was gnarly. Some people are squeamish and they can't talk about these things, and some people find that shit fascinating and they want to talk about it like no shit, really. Yeah, it was bad. I fucked up my hands. This finger, when you cut this finger here, I cut it in half long ways, all the way through my fingernail. So my fingernail was in too, so the cut went all the way through the fingernail bed. So this fingernail grew out weird for a long time. For years, it had divots and dents in it that were just oddly shaped. And my the doctor's like, "Yeah, you went right through the nail bed. It'll probably grow back together, and you'll probably have one nail again." And I was like, "Oh, okay, great." I think he was trying to tell me that there's a chance you might have two nails, two fingernails on one finger. It grew back as one, but it did not grow back. It did not grow back straight for a long time. It's still a little bit wonky, but you can't really tell. Can't tell from looking at it. I'm gonna drink some water. So I had two injuries in my hand with a table saw. One time I was impaled. The other time I had lacerations. When you're when a circular saw touches bone, it doesn't cut the bone; it shatters the bone. I didn't know that, but I mean I found out the hard way. But that's what it does. So it shattered three of my fingertips. It was like these three fingertips right here. All three of them were shattered. They weren't broken. They were broken into many pieces. So I wound up going back to the hospital because I was they giving me some trouble, and I'm like, "Yeah, it hurts." And then I'm like, she's telling me what the problem was. She's like, "Well, you've got bones that are all trying to reconnect, and you've got nerves in your hands that are all trying to reconnect, and then you've got scar tissue that's trying to push all of it apart." So I'm like, "It really hurts," and she's like, "It's gonna hurt." I'm like, "It feels really weird." She's like, "It's gonna feel weird." I'm like, "Okay." But it was awful. This one cut on my finger right here when the skin grew back, like it was bad. This finger was split in two. When the skin grew back in between, it overcompensated, so it was like a bulge on my finger where the skin was trying to grow back. It's like brand new skin. It was freaky. I took more pictures of it. And it was scary how that bulge was coming out. It was clear. I'm like, man, it's like a big callus or something. And then I don't know much longer afterwards, but I wound up filing it off. Just a little at a time. File it until it hurt, and then file it until it hurt, and now my fingers not got that on there anymore. But there's like a dead spot right there in the middle of my finger where I don't feel anything. Feel like I went to a hand specialist who had these really, really fine fiber thingies, and just to see how much sensitive your hand is, they have these different coarseness of these little bitty fiber things that they run across your fingers, and it's just there in my finger. I don't feel anything, and then it doesn't work on my touchtone phone. You're dead center in the middle of my finger. It doesn't work on my phone. My other one works, but my third My third, uh, my three worst on the job injuries all involved table saw, but the third one didn't have any blood with it, externally. But I had a piece of wood that I was cutting like this big. I had just found out that morning that my grandmother had had a stroke, a really bad stroke. But I didn't have the details yet, but I knew it was really bad. So, but I went to work anyway, because I was told to go to work, so she's going to be in testing for a long time doing these things, and then they'll let me know as soon as they find something out. So I wound up seeing her afterward, but I was working on a piece of wood and I got distracted and it kicked back on me and it hit me like right above the leg in my gut, and it hurt so bad. And I just started that job. I didn't want to let anybody know that I just fucked up really bad. But oh man, I could not walk. My hands were shaking so bad. So much pain. And like I just wanted to get through work, and I did. I walked so slowly, and I had a limp. It was bad. And just when I got home, and it was a knot right there that was hard as a rock. It was like the size of an egg, and it was already starting to turn all kinds of colors right there. But then I just wanted to go home and lay down and not move, but I couldn't. I had to go to the hospital because my grandmother was in there, and I'm like trying to walk as slow as I can to get into the hospital. It was a long damn walk, and I remember that really sucked. But I'm going. Fuck yeah. I mean, I knew I was in pain, but I was gonna go. Ow! I was bleeding out of my head, so I got distracted. Table saws, they fucking hurt. Gotta be careful with table saws. If you don't know what you're doing, they can really do a lot of damage. But your circular saws like this, they can also do a lot of things if you don't know what you're doing. But it's not nearly as bad, I mean, as a table saw. Table saws are just worse when it comes to dangerous. I have two full-size table saws. Well, what are we doing? Wien says, I live 0.3 miles from an Italian restaurant. It's pretty good. Go often, so teen thought I was there, so she got no answer from me front door house phone and was pissed, pissed as she had no key. Well, why doesn't she have a key? And did the teen call? Did teen knocked and called, rang doorbell, and then you still did not answer? So there was a hightailing it to the one place and then a hightailing it back? Alright, I would be pissed. I'm still here. Hi, I'm still here. Says hi. How goes it? I hope everyone is good today for the most part. I want to say that I am. Bernie Loft says, that'll do it, we in. All morning. This morning was awful for me. The whole morning was not good. And I don't know what happened around the end of the day, but things were better. Not sure what went on there, but the flashbacks were hard and heavy. But then my afternoon, they weren't as bad. Don't know what changed. I was working on the same project, but I was trying to solve a project. It could have been trying to solve. I had a problem. I was trying to solve something. They said, "This is what we need to do. I need you to attach this. You attach this one thing to this other thing that is not made to do that." And I'm like, okay. And it's part of the building. You should attach this thing here to the building. And it's like, okay, I can do that. But I had to figure out how. Let's see here. I'm still here. Says my daughter that doesn't live with me used to beat on the door if I didn't open it, even though she had a key. She refused to get it out of her bag. She definitely has issues. I want you to greet me at the door. We answered, I think she got anger issues. Bernie Law, I have no idea where that came from. Emoji. So why is there no key to the door? And then my solution to this was I have I've got a keypad on my door. This is horrible. My ex-wife refuses to give when my daughter was living with her, refused to give my daughter a key to the house because she was convinced that the daughter would lose it and someone would get a key to the house and would break in. So when my daughter got home from school, one time she no wait she didn't have I don't remember what the fuck the deal was, but she was unable to get in the house and she had to go to the bathroom and it was a real problem. She like knocked on the neighbor's door and said, I really have to go to the bathroom. Can I go to the bathroom here? And then the ex-wife showed up and was like so mad at her for not waiting until she got there. She's like, she had yeah, that's what it was. She had to wait until her mom got home. Sometimes her mom ran late, and she had to go to the bathroom, and her mom was so mad at her. And I'm like, I wound up getting a push button lock, and installed it at my ex-wife's house so my daughter wouldn't have that problem again. And I'm like, what the fuck do you want her to do when you don't show up? Like, what if she's being followed by somebody? He's got to get in the house quickly. I was so pissed. This was something that when we had a custody issue, I definitely brought that shit up too. Man, that was awesome. All the terrible things that the ex-wife did were horrible at the time, but then when we went to court, when there was a custody issue and there was a custody battle, I got to bring all that shit up. That was nice. Nice that I got to bring that. It wasn't nice that happened in the first place, but it was nice that I got to bring that shit up. And it was and this was the best part is that I'm telling the guardian ad litem that was my daughter's attorney. I'm just telling her like all this shit that my daughter's mother did, and she's just like, okay, sure, like writing stuff down, and I'm like, she'll admit it. Sure as shit, she totally proudly admitted. No, I don't want her to have a key. No, she's gonna lose that key. Like, you have to let your kid inside your fucking house, man. Anyway, I got the keypad, and I bought a keypad and I installed it at my ex-wife's house so that my daughter could get in if she had to get in, because my ex-wife didn't see that as a safety issue in any way. God, I fucking hated her. But just to make sure that my daughter had plenty of ways to get in, I have I have three garage doors because I had two garage doors that were on the house for one garage. But then they added one of the previous owners added another garage, so I have three garage doors, and all three of them have a keypad, and all three of them have battery backups on them. So even if there's a power failure, my daughter can get in the house one of those three ways, and then also she can get in the front door, which has a keypad on it as well, which also works when there's power failure. And then I told her this is how you break into the house, and I showed her exactly where to go and how to break into the house quickly and easily. In case you ever get locked out and you can't get in any of those ways. So my daughter had 5 different ways to get into the house, even if there was a power failure. Because I wanted to do the exact opposite reaction that her mother had. Her mother was an extreme this way. So to try and balance my kid out, I was an extreme the other way. So if her mom wouldn't allow her to get inside of the house on her own, I would make sure that my daughter could get inside the house no matter what, in every condition. If the batteries on something dies, she can go to something else. There's numerous ways to get in. Yeah. I married like the worst person. But in all fairness, it was one way before we got married, and then it turned into something else after we got married, into just a completely different person. I'm like, who the fuck are you? You think you know somebody, man? And then you get married, And then there's this other fucking person there. That only got worse. And then, yeah. It's been over 5 years. 5 years since my daughter has spoken to her mother. 5 years. Since my daughter was a teenager. She's in her early 20s now. Those are some important years, I want to say. 5 years. No effort made on either side to maintain that relationship. None. But I am of the opinion that if there's a problem between a parent and a child, the child is under no obligation to fix that. Absolutely none. In my opinion, when I'm looking at my future, I'm looking at my children. But when my children are looking at their future, they better be looking at their children. They better not be looking back at me. So the relationship between myself and my children, in order to maintain that relationship, that all falls squarely on me in order to make sure that relationship is still going on. That is not their responsibility. So right now, my daughter does not in any way talk to her mother, and vice versa. Neither of them are talking to each other, and I fully support my daughter on that one there. I'm like, you are under no obligation to correct that. If your piece of shit mother doesn't want to fix that problem, that's on her. It's 100% her responsibility to fix that problem. And she's making no effort. Like, not even on my kid's birthday. Does she say anything? Doesn't say anything on Christmas, doesn't say anything on her birthday, doesn't say anything. At all. It was like 3 days after. You went down, buddy? It was like 3 days. Oh, shit. I got you. This is one of the best things ever when this happens. 3 days after my ex-wife's birthday, I realized that my ex-wife had a birthday. And just like this date, that was one point in time incredibly important that I needed to remember. And if I ever forgot, there would be hell to pay. So there was a point to make sure that I remembered this specific date always and forever. And when that also like the wedding anniversary and shit like other wedding dates that are like really important, it's so nice when those dates come and go and you don't even realize it. It's like, wow. In my opinion, that's great because like right after you get married, you still remember your wedding anniversary. When your date of your wedding anniversary comes up, you think about it. You're like, oh, this is my wedding anniversary, or it would be if I were still married, but I'm not. Or this is my ex's birthday today, that kind of thing. But when you're married to an absolute horror show, evil piece of shit, it's really nice when those dates just come and go, and there's just like, and then they pass, and I'm like, oh, I missed it. It's nice. It really is nice. It's a good feeling. Divorces take a long time to recover from. They take a long time. Years. They can take years to recover from a divorce. It's like, even if shit's amicable, I mean, it's still an adjustment, let me tell you. Mentally, the psychological thing about it was tough. What was really nice was that I remember dropping off my daughter right after we got separated, and then my ex-wife's like, "Can you come in? There's something wrong with like here, that, and the other." And I was like, "No, I can't. I got something I need to do." And she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "I don't have to tell you." that was the best because before when I was married, every time if I were sitting on the sofa together watching TV and I stood up to go to the bathroom, she's like, "Where are you going?" Every fucking time. She wanted to know where I was at all fucking times. That's just because she had a long history of cheating and I'm a long history of being an idiot and taking her back. I have to go to the pee. dog's acting like he wants something. Hold on, I gotta see what he wants. What do you want? What? 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 No. He looked at his food, man. I fed him when I got home, which was like 4 o'clock, and it's like 8 o'clock now. It's not even. It's only been 4 hours, and he's already wanting more food. He thinks I'm a pushover. I bet you that's worked. Son of a bitch. You little son of a bitch. That's what you are. Hi, buddy. Hi, sweetie. Aw, you're the sweetest. I love you too. Here you go. Oh, you're so pretty. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Lies. I peed. I peed. Yeah. I'm trying to think about how I feel, and in my mind I'm thinking, I feel kind of tired. And then I thought to myself, I need to translate that into speak, and I need to say that out loud. I feel kind of tired. But the words that came to my mind were, I feel kind of crunchy. And I didn't say that. And I'm like, I hesitated. I'm like, well, wait, that doesn't make sense. So somewhere between my thought, I feel kind of tired. I was about to speak the words, and I knew it was going to come out. I was going to say, I feel kind of crunchy. So I didn't say anything. This is what's going to happen. Eventually my brain is going to break. Dementia, something like that. And I'm going to say the wrong word for something that I've said numerous times. And it's already here. I can feel it starting, but I'm catching myself before I actually say it out loud. But if I start speaking absent-mindedly, or I'm not really paying attention to what I'm saying, I'm going to say I feel kind of crunchy instead of saying I feel kind of tired. Hopefully I'll recognize the moment I say it that I've said something incorrect. But sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do say the wrong thing. And then I think about it later. I'm like, wait a minute. Dementia. Dementia and Alzheimer's. 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 They're both history of both. So I'm gonna have one or the other or both. I got money. I think I'm gonna have dementia. If I were to guess. When it comes to old people forgetting stuff, old people brain stuff, the forgetting kind, I think I'm gonna have dementia. If I make it that long, I cut my finger right across where the cuticle is on my finger. So like every time I stuck my hand in my pocket, I've like re-injured this injury. So it's got a swelling there right now. It's just slightly swollen, like it's getting infected. Maybe that'll kill me. Infection. They can manifest quickly. Lay down, go to sleep, boom, fingers huge, infection, whoosh, shoots into your body, you die. I had a friend of mine from high school that died from an infection. Cat scratch. He got a cat scratched, and it scratched him, and the scratch got infected to the point where his arm was swollen. He was going to drive to the hospital, but he stopped off to get gas for his car, and then he passed out at the gas station. And then they took him to the hospital, but he never woke up. Infection. Infection's bad. I heard his arm was swollen, but I don't have all the details, so I don't really know what happened. But he had a long history of drug use. I don't know if that what kind of effect that had on there. As we all did. But I believe his drug use was worse. I heard rumors that it was bad, but I don't know. I don't know. There were rumors. Yeah, it sucks when your friends that are your own age start dying. Or people that you knew, people that you went to high school with die. And that's just going to happen more and more frequently as you get older. They die. 2 days before my birthday one year, I was in my mid 20s, I want to say. I was at a bar. It was 2 days before my birthday. And while I was at the bar, I want to say it was a Friday. While I was at the bar, it was a Friday. I ran into somebody that I went to high school with. And his birthday was, and he's saying, hey, my birthday party is at this exact same bar tomorrow. So, if you're available, come here. We're going to have a birthday party. Because his birthday was, and he told me this, and I'm like, oh, my birthday is the day after that. So his birthday was the day before mine, apparently. So I found this out in the bar. And he said, come back tomorrow. I'm having a big party. And it seemed like the dude was already having a party right there, but he said he was having a party at that same bar. And I'm like, okay, I'll see what I can do. I did not make it back to that party because it was in a part of town that I was not going to be in that next day. But apparently he left that party and got into some sort of car accident and was declared brain dead for a while. But then he came back to life, but it was like never the same. Apparently he was never. I don't even know that he communicated anymore. It was pretty bad. I think communication stopped and like just standing was an ordeal because of an accident that he had that day. It was his damn birthday. Left the party. Left the party, got into an accident. I don't know if he was driving or not. I don't know who was driving. I don't know if they were drunk or not, but I don't have any of that information. Just know that it was a very serious car accident that almost killed him, but like legally he's still alive, but like physically he's still alive, but mentally that person that he was long gone. Like he was reduced down to the capacity of a child. And I was like, damn, I was invited to that party. I had my own thing going. I had my own party planned. That's what it was. I had my own party at another bar. And that's what I remember saying that to him. I said, no, I've got my own thing going on. And I don't think we had a place picked out, but I just had a bunch of people coming over. That's what it was. I don't know, I remember hearing that, and I remember that being like, oh, that sucks. Wait, what am I doing? I don't want to touch my glasses. I feel lost and confused. Hold on. I'm still here, so my whole family is full of people who never learn to regulate their emotions. If I have BP, bipolar, just no. Borderline personality disorder, she does too. I wish I would have gone through my therapy before I had children. I've had therapy my whole life. Bernie Loft says, LOL, instant mystery, no doubt, Ian. And then I'm Still Here says, now she refuses therapy because I advocate too much for it. I had to really back off from her after she moved to her dad's last school year. I miss her tremendously, but now know how toxic it was. That sucks, but I get it. We insist I'm still here. She did batter the door as well. I came outside and saw her coming towards me, raging. I had no clue she was at the door. And I'm like, hey, sausage, what's up? Want a hug? No, she did not. Yeah, she was mad at you. That was. I'm still here says, yeah, it's a rage about all the other stresses in her life, I bet. Sam was so emotionally constipated and it wasn't her fault. I stopped teaching her how to cope because I don't know how to teach her. We were under such stress here with all my extended family as well, and we fell into these roles. I hope she seeks therapy as she gets to adulthood. Life and trauma always catch up to you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. I had apparently repressed a bunch of memories, and then I had some sort of thing happen where a dam broke. And then all of a sudden I had access to all these memories that I had been repressing. That was a horror show. So my trauma definitely caught up to me. No doubt about it. I'm still here says I wish you well with your daughter. I know how difficult it can be to feel like you're walking on eggshells. You gotta nurture the trust between you. That's the key. Yeah. My daughter called me today, which was really nice. She called. I was at work, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm working. She's like, well, I was calling to see how work was going with you. I'm like, well, it's going good, but I'm at work right now. Can I call you back later? She's like, yeah, call me when you get a break. So I did. No, I sent her a text message that said I'm on break right now, and then she called me. She's right then and there. She was able to take a break that exact same time because she wanted to know how my job was going, and that was like really nice of her to ask. She was excited. She felt I needed. She desperately. She knew that I'm fucked up. She knows I'm fucked up. Like really fucked up. She didn't know how fucked up I am. She didn't know how bad it is, but she knows I'm really really fucked up. So me getting a job was a good thing. So she was really happy because she saw me spiraling. Brando Julian Windsor says, I'm such a deep sleeper, a marching band could walk by and I wouldn't even bat an eyelash. LOL. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. I'm such a light sleeper. Every little noise wakes me up. I say things like, Alexa, sleepy time. That didn't work. Alexa, sleepy time. Shit. It's not set up for in this room. Alexa, stop. There we go. So when I say that in my bedroom, I have three Amazon Echoes in my bedroom. There's one on each side of the bedroom door to try and block out sound that's coming from the hallway. Uh, I live alone now, so this is less of a problem. And then I have one that's on my nightstand. So I talk to the one that's on my nightstand, but it responds on the two that are next to the door. So when I say play music, it plays it over there. It doesn't play it on my nightstand. If I say play anything, so when I tell it sleepy time, that means that it plays brown noise on a loop on those two speakers, which drowns out the noise because I can't sleep for shit because every little sound wakes me up. And something this fucking every time the dog fucking moves, that wakes me up too. But he's adorable. I love him, so I'm okay with him waking me up, even though it sucks. Because sometimes I really need to fucking sleep. But he's great. Secular pagan mom says hi. Secular pagan mom says hello again. Good to see you. It's good to see ye. Zane S. Hi, Zane S. Says, hello, Walton and Walnuts. Actually, I'm pretty sure there are hand transplants. There are hand transplants? I need hand transplants. I mean, I need better ones, but I mean, I need the transplant. It needs to be improvement. It can't just be. I need. They hurt. And let's see here. Zane says, yesterday I watched Evil Dead Rise and it was so freaking good. I'm actually going to rewatch it. Evil Dead Rise? I don't know that one. The first Evil Dead movie I saw was Evil Dead 2, Dead by Dawn. I did not see the first Evil Dead, which apparently was the exact same movie as Evil Dead 2. Like, Evil Dead 2 was they're the same premise. It was strange, apparently. But I saw Evil Dead 2, Dead by Dawn, where that was hilarious. That movie was hilarious. It was creepy. It was creepy and disturbing, but it was hilarious. Where he had the hand that his hand was possessed. He had to cut his own hand off. Talking about hand transplants. Okie dokie, Smokey. Star Parp says, hi Star Parp, says, Ayo, Walton, Ayo, Star Parp. And then Ian says, nipped out the chat for late dinner. I'm still here. I handle most of her back chat with humor, just try to be there, advise, but I recall being that age and being borderline personality disorder, but don't think that is her problem. Well, that's good. I'm not 100% sure what borderline personality disorder is, even though I know it's been explained to me, sort of. I want to say that based on what the description was, it was not me. Like, I don't have borderline personality disorder. But I want to say that, hey, can you have borderline personality disorder and autism? Is it one of those things? Like, you can't be a sociopath and be autistic. That shit does not fly. You get to be one or you get to be the other. You cannot be both. So, is that what the case is with borderline personality disorder? Can you be autistic and have borderline personality disorder? I wonder. I'm tired. I'm losing my cognitive abilities, like my ability to say the word cognitive. I've definitely slurred it on. Ian says to hi Zane S and Star Park, hope you're both well. See, if I were like driving right now and I were to get pulled over, they would suspect me of being intoxicated because of the way that I talk. Because I start to slur my words together. Not because I'm drunk. I haven't drank anything in a long time. But I don't. This year, I've had one drink of one beer. This year. No, that's not true. That's a lie. I've had one, at one time I had one drink of one beer. That was a couple months ago. But then when my daughters both turned 21, I remember we went out to a bar together. That was fun. We were all drinking. That was fun. Okay. Star Barb says sup yin. Ian says, oh, and that comment hit. As I've said it, I'm still here. Wish I had therapy before becoming a mom to my psychiatrist. Kind of forgot to tell my GP. What's a GP? Grandpa? General practitioner? So went without help and told not to self-diagnose. Oh, bummer. I self-diagnosed and then I went out and got a legitimate diagnosis because my self-diagnosis was dead on and I just needed a legitimate one to prove it. I just needed, so I strongly suspected that I had autism. So I went and got tested for autism and then I'm just like, they were like, oh yeah, you've got autism, but guess what else you have? And it's just like, oh, yeah, I just wanted to know about this one. This one here is, that was a hard diagnosis. which I didn't have to. My doctor diagnosed me with this right here, but my daughter told me I had complex post traumatic stress disorder before anybody else. Well, she told me that I had it. My daughter told me I had autism before anybody else. She told me for a year before I actually believed it that I had autism. She kept saying, "Watch this TV show, watch this TV show." It was The Good Doctor, and because there's things that the Good Doctor was doing in there that my daughter has seen me do. And the doctor is a surgeon who has autism, and he does certain things. And my daughter's like, notices these behaviors that I have. So my daughter's like, "You have autism. You have autism." I'm like, "I don't have autism. I've seen numerous therapists, and none of them have said I had autism." One said that they suspected I might have Asperger's, but then I stopped seeing them, and the next person that I saw said, "No, you don't have that." So, but anyway, so I'm like, "No, I've had numerous therapists that all say that I don't have autism." Well, the reason they said I don't have autism is this is what therapy is like. It's very one-sided with me. It's me just nonstop talking with them hard, just trying hard to even get a word in edgewise. Because I'm doing this right here. I just start talking, and I basically don't stop. So I'm controlling the whole narrative, and that's why all my therapists misdiagnosing me with autism because I didn't have a conversation with them. It was a monologue. It was just me nonstop talking. And because I can control the narrative, I can control the way that I talk, and it seemed like I don't have autism. But no, I do. I have autism because I talked to the person who was the specialist. She's like, "You got autism." After I got tested, the day I got tested for the stuff, I came home and I was talking to my daughter's like, my daughter wanted to know about the test. She's like, "What was the testing like?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got post traumatic stress disorder." And she's like, "No, you have complex post traumatic stress disorder." And I didn't know what that was. So I had to look it up. The website had a bunch of symptoms. Here's all the symptoms of complex post traumatic stress disorder, and I had all of them. And it was a hard fucking day that day that fucking day was a hard day because when I realized that like holy shit, there was something I'd never heard of. This was a disorder I'd never heard of, and it's a severe mental illness, and I fucking had it. And I couldn't believe it. I cried and I cried and I cried. It cried a lot. It was horrible. Anyway, then the doctor diagnosed me with this, and I'm like, "Yeah, I already know I have it." She was happy. Anyway, where am I? I'm so tired, my brain is not working right. My brain is so tired. Okay, where am I? Zena says, "Hi, Wee-in, hi, Star Parp," and then emoji. And then Wee-in says, "Yeah, well, that night I got wellied." Oh, come on. What the fuck is wellied? I can guess. Does that mean drunk? Wellied. Because I'm thinking like well drinks, you know? Like you went to the bar and you were drinking rum and cokes, as opposed to like a Captain and Coke, a Captain Morgan and Coke. So you got wellied on well drinks. Kind of went out. That's the last time I recall having my keys, and I can't even find them, but I am certain they're in the house. But where, I don't know. You lost your keys. What am I looking at here? Hold on. Here we go. Wee-in says, "Did you know Alzheimer's disease is sometimes unofficially known as type 3 diabetes?" No, I did not know that. I have diabetes and hypoglycemia in my relatives, blood relatives history, blood relatives medical history, and that's exactly how it should be called. Blood relatives medical history, because they call it family medical history. It's like, these people aren't my fucking family. They might be blood relatives, but they're not my family. Family means something to me. Family is sacred. Here you go, buddy. Here you go. Like my buddy here. My buddy is my family. This dog behaves in a way that I understand family to behave. So that's how I know my dog is my family. There are certain expectations that I have out of family. And if they don't live up to those expectations, they're not my family. Like respecting boundaries. That's a big one. Don't respect my boundaries. You're not my family. I don't give a fuck who you think you are. What do you want, fucker? He wants me to rub his belly. No, don't lay that way. Oh, no, you're laying the wrong way. Alright, hold on, buddy. Oh, my legs hurt so bad from walking. I have to walk all damn day. I don't, I just have to walk a lot. I wanted the dog to lay the other way so that you can see his pretty little face. But now you can't see it because he's facing me. You ever watch TV shows or movies in them where they have dogs in there? You know, the dogs always stare straight at the trainers. So you see that I always notice when you see a dog and the person's talking, like actor's talking to the dog and the dog's not looking at him. Because you gotta put the camera in just the right place because the dog's always gonna stare straight at the dog trainer, the dog handler. The dog is not gonna look at anywhere else but stare straight at them. So you have to position the dog handler like directly behind the actor, and sometimes that shit doesn't work. So sometimes the dog's just staring at the trainer, like the person walks away, but the dog keeps staring in the same way, and that's the shit that I notice. Dumb shit. I notice dumb shit like that when I'm watching TV. I'm like, oh, the fucking dog. Dog was staring at the trainer. Ah, don't lick me. Stop licking me. No! I don't know how he could possibly be hungry. It's not been that long. But oh! I don't lick you. Stop licking me. Stop licking me. You're so gross. You're so gross. We made a deal when he was a puppy, and I don't think he was listening because he's not held up to his end of the deal, which was he can lick me when I start licking him. I'm like, so when I lick you, then you can start licking me, and that's going to be the rule from now on. And he just does not listen. He doesn't care. I'm petting you the way that I want to pet you. No, I'm petting you. No. You don't decide. I decide. I'm bigger than you are. I tell you what's up. Ew! Don't lick me. I tell you how things are going to go. You don't tell me how things are going to go. I tell you. You're my buddy. So I have a job now. Thank God. And I've been working for 3 days, and I talked to him today about health insurance, and my health insurance starts tomorrow, next week. Thank God. Most likely. I'm just waiting for my cards to come in the mail. Because I need help, man. I am fucked up. I have not talked to a therapist or a psychiatrist in a very, very long time. And I need both desperately. My mental illness is getting the best of me. My emptiness is filling me to the point of irony. That's Metallica. You're so pretty. I'm suffering from long-term effects of isolation, which are bad. And this is intentional. I live in isolation on purpose. And I'm suffering from long-term effects of isolation, which human beings are not meant to do. They're not meant to be isolated. But I'm definitely struggling with That's like smoking. It's like smoking a pack of cigarettes a day is equivalent to living in isolation. It does terrible things to your mind and your body. Stop jumping. I have to give the fucking dog a little bit of food. Hold on, I'll be back. But I live in isolation because I prefer isolation than over people because it's safer. No. Jump in the line. Rock your body in time. Okay, I believe you. No. Jump in the line. Rock your body in kind. I have a song on in my head. It's called Jump in the Line, Harry Belafonte. Harry Belafonte is one of the coolest names in the world to say out loud. And I was thinking about this. It was Harry Belafonte, Ricardo Montalban, and Antonio Banderas. Those are the three coolest names in the world to say out loud. But anyway, I got jump in the line. Jump in the line, rock your body in kind. Okay, I believe you. I think that's Harry Belafonte. Oh man, I'm having problems. My legs really hurt. Oh no, it's late. I have to go to bed because I have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. If I were asleep right now and I'm going to sleep. If I were asleep right now, it would be, I get 7.5 hours of sleep, which would be fucking glorious, by the way. That shit doesn't happen. I'm lucky if I get 5. Like 5 good hours of sleep. I used to wear a smartwatch to bed, and I stopped wearing it because the results were so depressing. Fucking 4 hours of sleep. Actual sleep. 4 fucking hours. Like 4 hours and change was a long time. I got 4 hours and change of sleep. Do you know how fucking bad that is for your body to get 4 hours of fucking sleep? It's really fucking bad. I'm cussing. I must be tired. 4 hours is bad. It's. Hi, can I help you? You know, can I hold you? Ah! All right. I have to go to bed because I'm really tired. Well, I'm exhibiting some symptoms of tired. I have to go to bed. But thank you very much for watching my live stream. I apologize for them not being very long, but I have a job where I have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, so I have to get some sleep. I plan to come back tomorrow at 6 o'clock p.m. Excuse me, that was gross, and I apologize. It just kind of came out. Yeah, apparently that smelled delicious to him. Oh, I'm going to leave the live stream going in case everybody wants to finish their conversations because everybody says nice things to each other, which is really great. But I have to mute it because sometimes I say terrible things because I have horrible flashbacks. Hi, buddy, don't burp. He was about to burp or puke or something, but again, appreciate y'all watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Please come back for more. I'm going to hit the mute button.